Okay. Oh, hello. So, probably not going to be changing my screen too much today, just because my entire plan for the day is just to make as many bats as possible. So, mostly going to be doing that right in front of my sewing machine so I don't have to walk back and forth. I can even take the eyes over with me and I can basically just do everything right there and then toss the bits over onto the table once they're done. I do need all of my wing fabrics. Let's see. Oops. What are you doing? Are you fall out of order? Okay. Oop. So I've already sorted these out into what bats and what fabrics are going with each one. Now I just need to find the proper fabrics for each one. There's a wing. That's the wrong side. There's that one. And then I need the ears. Yes. Okay. So each of these bats has the little square of what I'm using it for. I'll just have to go and get the right fabrics that are already pre-cut and just stitch it out. Only got one of the M&M ones. So it's going to be a bright pink M&M bat. Yesterday I made another bright pink bat with uh, flamingos on it. So flamingos and then M&Ms, but unbranded M&Ms. There's no M's on these M's. But I already have my pink thread in from last night, so that's where I'm going to begin. Just one less thread change, I guess. Yeah. Fabric goes down, down. I have no music on right now. Wondering why my craft room is so quiet. Oop. Do that. Okay. Now, a little less quiet. We're good. Oh, don't go backward. Mm. Oh, if I brought my garbage can over, I could also just throw things out. Look at that, me optimizing my time. Before I sew in any of the ears, I'm going to sew up the feet. The ears and feet both need this foot on my machine, so I do them both at the same time. And then I can go back and change the foot and sew up everybody else. So that's going to be for the feet. There's my other feet. The wings will go onto the belly. Hello, Pick. Yeah, I guess so. I don't remember when I set everything up, so that's cool. Yes, me on a Tuesday because I am attempting to get everything done for Pride Fest before the night before, which will be a change. Um, so I am going to be spending pretty much as much time as possible. I also worked yesterday. I just cut out like 30 some bats worth of fabric. And today and tomorrow I'm going to be trying to sew up many of them as possible. I think each bat has about an hour worth of work left on it. So that's going to be like all this week. All I'm doing is bats. Yeah. Hopefully, if this all goes according to plan, if I'm lucky. I'm feeling confident with Pride Fest already in that I've already gotten all of my sharks done. I have plenty of stuff left from the last convention to like fill the my shelves, fill the tables. But I do want to have as many bats as possible because right now the only bats I have are the ones that have been on the shelf at the craft market where I sell daily. They've been sitting there for several months. So they're not the ones that people really, really want to buy. So I'm trying to make a full set of new bats, lots of them being space bats, a lot of them being colorful pride bats, um, so that hopefully I can sell those ones, and the ones that don't sell will just kind of fill up space. Although just like 2, 3 days ago, I did sell a Halloween themed bat, so that was kind of cool. Yeah, my space bats are the most popular by far. At least half of the bat designs I have made have been space bats or have sold, have been space bats. Even at Pride last year, the space bats actually sold out faster than the Pride bats were. Like I ran out of space bats um within like the first hour and a half of I think we were there for 5 or 6 hours. Like I ran out of space bats real fast. I did sell all my Pride bats except for like two of them, like two designs. I think it was the lime green with puzzle pieces and dark teal with like this kind of gothic architecture on the wings. Those are the only two that I didn't really sell, but the space bats went first before anything else. So I need lots of space bats and I need more of my Pride bats. Yes. Nerds. Absolutely. Ears with the head bits off to the side. Tummy's gonna be next because that still uses my small stitch. Yeah, I kind of made I did make, I made the puzzle piece bat as kind of like the like autism bat and everything. Like if people wanted that one, and he's like super colorful, so it's like he's gonna be part of my pride bats, but like for autism. And then like after I made that design, it was like, oh, actually, you know what? Maybe not the puzzle piece. But there's also no fabric with like infinity symbols. So I can't like make a different bet. And also he's made, so I can't really, I'm not gonna tear him apart. So I made two of him. Like I cut the fabric for two wings. So I made two of him. And he's just kind of not sold ever since. So I feel bad for him, but also I can understand why. Like, just kind of unfortunate that it was like, oh, right, well, he's already made. People turned the puzzle piece into some bullshit, but whatever. He's there. He exists. He's he's one of the bets that's kind of hung around without selling for years now. I think he was from like 2018, 2019. I made him quite a while ago and he just hasn't sold ever. I hope so. Yes, puzzle enthusiast. His name is actually Puzzles the Bat, so hopefully people will like him someday. If not, he just kind of hangs out with all the other bats. He's also lime green, which is like the least popular color of all the bats I've made. So I really did not give him a chance for success. Poor guy. He did go to a Mother's Day craft fair. Um, I took one of the two to the Mother's Day craft fair that I went to this year, but it also rained the entirety of that event. So there weren't that many people. There were a couple of people who came out specifically because they said it was raining and they wanted to support people, but there weren't as many people as I was hoping for. I actually didn't sell very many bats that on Mother's Day. I sold more of the cat fur balls than I did bats. And manatee. People like the manatee. I think I sold 3 bats in total, and 2 of them were space bats. No, I have not shown the manatee on stream, and I don't even have any here in the craft room with me. They're all out at my little local shop store. But I need to make a couple more, I think, to replace the ones that have sold. So I will, if time allows before Pride Fest, I will be making some of those next week. Yeah, I think here where I am, we've gotten rain every single weekend as well. Maybe last weekend was dry. I wasn't here. I was in Florida for one weekend, and I don't know what that weather was. I do know the weekend that we were in Florida, it was actually warmer here than it was in Florida. Um, but yeah, almost every single weekend, if not every single weekend here, we've had rain. It's wild. Okay, there's my faces. Yeah, some of the craft fairs that I have signed up for that are outdoors have been sending out little like reminder, here's our rain date policies well in advance just because like every single weekend has been wet. I did finish all the sharks. Yes. They were I finished them up to the point of the two halves just needing to be sewn together, and I was going to do that on stream on, I think, Friday, and my cameras were fighting back, so I was like, "Nope, I'm not gonna stream that day, I'm just going to sew without streaming." I did finish them up, got them all stuffed, and threw them in a bucket ready to go to Pride. I still need to take pictures of them because I haven't done that. But I now have 5 small sharks, 4 medium sharks, and 1 giant shark. For tiny stitches, I can do a regular stitch for this part. Bucket. Yep. Technically, it's a bag, but it's in spirit, it's a bucket. Yes, a loose, flexible bucket. A fabric bucket. Someone on Instagram, maybe, who goes to conventions and has, like, one of those short form videos of, like, tips for people going to conventions, um, had made a video thing about, uh, using, like, those fabric collapsible moving bags to take soft things instead of putting them in the big, like, plastic tote bins. And so for my first convention this year, I was like, "You know what? I will try that." So I grabbed some online and stuffed 2, 3 of them full of my stuffed animals, all my plushies in there. And it was like, "No, this is actually a lot easier," because I was able to squish them into my car, um, better than the big plastic tote bins. So I've been using those now instead of my plastic bins. Yeah, duffel bags as emergency extra baggage. Yes. Yeah, I took a couple of extra of the, like, packing or the moving packing bags, whatever. They're basically essentially duffel bags, but they're just thin plastic instead of, like, hardy duffel bag material. But I took 2 of them, like, folded up to the Mother's Day event, and, like, I didn't need to pack things into them, but because it was raining and, like, everything was wet, instead of putting things on the ground, behind my display and everything, I set up the bags and I was able to put things into the bags to, like, kind of keep them dry off the ground, and that was really useful. And then, like, being able to fold them back up, make them nice and small before leaving, that was really good again. Having the eyes. Okay. Okay. I'm not going to stuff the bats today because they do have marker on them still. But once I get the bits sewn to the halfway points, um, I'll move on to the next bat. Like head separate, body separate, finished. Then tonight I will wash them. And then tomorrow I can actually stuff them and hand sew them all together. Maybe Thursday or Friday. Depends on how many of the bats I get done tonight. I think each of these bats is going to be about an hour time work to finish. So I'm probably not going to get all the 30 that I've got cut out done today. But there we go. There's a face done. Look at his face. I don't have a name for this one, this little M&M dude, generic M&M dude. I have to figure that out, come up with a good name for it. I can't do Candy the Bat because I already have a Candy. Kitty Bits. Oh, before I do that, I need to sew up the bottom of this. Oop. Hello. It's like, so it's little candies. And I was thinking of like naming it Hershey or something, but like, can't put that online. I would probably not be able to put Hershey the Bat online and like have the listing stay up. And I can't just name it like chocolate because he's bright pink. Like that doesn't feel like chocolate to me. If he was brown, I could name him chocolate. He's bright pink with the little candies. See, Skittle might not be allowed either because Skittle's a brand name. And it's one of those things that like corporations just will randomly do IP sweeps across like handmade maker places. So you can't like you'll be fine for a while and then all of a sudden you'll get hit with something. I mean, there are people who won't even use Scuttle because Skittle and Scuttle is too close, like in terms of just names and things online. Um, because the corporations don't really. So the way it kind of works is that the corporations will just do like a generic sweep of everything. It's not a person checking to see if they hit the wrong target or not. They just sweep everything. And then it's up to the individual craftsperson to go out and be like, no, no, I'm fine. Like, reinstate my things. And then if the corporation chooses to come back and like dispute that again, it really doesn't matter legally who's in the right because they can just keep throwing money at the issue until you don't have the money to fight back. So I've already gotten hit a couple of times just by using like words that should be fine, but because they're associated with things, like they get hit. And at a certain point, like Etsy or the other companies don't want to deal with like the potentiality of a giant corporation coming down on them. So they just kind of like assign guilt to you. And I don't want to lose my shop, even though I'm not really making anything from Etsy right now because their whole copyright and AI and everything issue and resellers from China issues are just kind of making Etsy not a great place to sell anymore. I still don't want to potentially hit some kind of unknown limit of, well, now you've caused enough problems, we're going to take your store and like ban you. So I don't want to do anything that's even close to that. Lentils. Well, I'm not going to name my candy bat after a bean. That seems silly. Lentil. Really? That is fascinating. That's going to be one of those trivia things that I remember years from now. This is my chocolate soup. Okay, there's that. Ooh, chocolate soup. Is that chocolate pudding or hot cocoa? I feel like this is going to be one of those like, what is a sandwich? Is a taco a sandwich? Is a hot pocket a sandwich? Like, what defines a soup when you're making it out of chocolate beans? I have no idea what I'm going to name this guy. I'm going to flip these wings. Make sure the feet actually got stuck in there. The most common mistake I make on these bats is the feet don't get stuck into that seam. And then I finished sewing the whole thing up and then noticed one of the feet is, like, falling off. There you go. Do the actual M&M characters have names beyond, like, red and green? I steal one of their names? I need to pull my thread up. Phew. Okay. Snip those threads. And Pink Bat is done. Minus the name. So Pink Bath will get a, or Pink Bat will get a bath tonight, just to get that marker out of its wings. And then after it's dried, I will stitch the head on and come up with a name. Oh, camera. I don't think you should be allowed to die here. No, you should not. Not really names. Well, that's not helpful. I don't think I cut out the pink for my Batman bat yet. Don't have that. I think I'll do my 2 yellow bats next. I'm doing a Pokemon-themed bat, 'cause I had some extra scrap fabric that was just all the little starters there, and Pikachu. And then I have I think that was oh, I don't remember what this bat's name was. I have it written down somewhere, but one of my Pride stripy bats. If I can find that fabric in my big pile of fabrics. Not in those. I am done with the Pokemon. I'm just making one of them for now. I can put the extras away. Ah, here's my stripy fabric. I need my 2 wings because I already have the ear fabric. There we go, 2 wings. Yes, I'll take the Pokemon over to Bernard Rex. I could do this too. Let's get all just the kind of starters and Pikachu there just being chaotic. And I picked a yellow that matches Pikachu. So it's gonna be a yellow bat with lots and lots of Pokemon on it. I think I have enough fabric for 3 or 4 of those in total. Let's see, 3. I have enough fabric for 3 Pokemon bats. Okay, so I'm gonna do the 2 yellow bats. Woo! This one, I can put that fabric away for now. Oh, I lost a head. Don't fall. Let me get rid of some of that pink fluff. We're moving on to yellow now. Yellow thread. Might need to redo bobbin halfway through. So I've got 2 yellows, so I can do those 2 at the same time. Whew. There's the body, there's the head bit. Actually, the other head bit's over there. Belly. There's footy bits, there's the head bit. Wings go with the belly. More wings. I think the Pokemon one's gonna be popular. If I have time, I will go and make more than just that. I'll make, uh, all 3 of them. They think that's gonna be a popular bat. There's the belly. Okay, ears and ears. Feet and feet. Everything else out of the way. We're going to start with the belly or the ears and the feet. Go. A bat with bat prints. I have kind of that. I have a Halloween bat that has pumpkins and bats on it. That it's not a full bat pattern, but it's got little tiny bats. And I'm making a pink kind of Batman. It looks like the bat was inspired by Batman's bat symbol without being the actual symbol. And it's pink. So I'm gonna be making one of those bats as well. It's gonna have bats on the bat. I was thinking of naming the Batman bat Bruce, but it's also going to be a very light, like baby pink color, which Bruce, the light pink bat, doesn't really feel right to me. I should make a black one with bats on it and name it Bruce. That just feels better to me. So I was thinking of naming the pink one like Robin. So it's not really exactly Batman, but it still fits the theme. Okay, there's some ears. It goes down. That way goes down. I did this one right, right? Yes, I did. Okay. Down and down. Oh, this yellow one's name is Felix. I remembered. This is Felix the bat. Or Barbara. Yeah, Barbara was one of my other ideas. Hello, Alt. Thank you for the party hat. Yeah, the Pokemon one is absolutely being named Ash. Like, there's no other name available. Edward the bat. Edward Cullen the bat. I don't know if any of my bats sparkle enough to be named Edward. I do have some minky fabric with like sparkles on it. I could make a bat with sparkles. I need to find like a wing fabric that's just pure glitter though. Um, okay. Oops, went a little bit far on that toe. Look at that. Okay, so that's all the bits. Let me cut them out. Oh, I'm bad at cutting. Woo! Snips these little bits out of here. Next up, we'll be putting the wings onto the bellies. But while I have the scissors out, I'm going to just do all the snips I need. Okay. Put those guys on the side again. This wing goes here. Now I'm running out of bobbin thread. So rude. You don't like that? What are you doing? Don't be rude. Ah, you ran out of thread. Okay. Did not get to the end of both wings. Sad. Okay. New bobbin. Okay, we'll start that line over. Okay, so there's the Pokemon Bat Belly. I think those wings look fun. Woo! You don't want to eat that fabric. It's not tasty. Don't eat it. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to cut in between the toes. I have to cut the toes individually. Oops. So many tiny. Okay, there's my toes. Whew. Oh, the fuzz. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-ish minute break. It's getting very warm in my craft room, and having the window open is not keeping it down. It apparently not that cold outside. I thought it was nice, but it is warming up too much, so I'm gonna go close the windows so I can turn on the air conditioner because otherwise it's gonna be very, very warm in here today, and I want to make bats not die. So give me 2 minutes. I will be right back once everything is cooling down. Now we have cool air, hopefully keep us below 75 today. That would be great. Okay, feet go with the bodies. Ears go with the heads. I can put the ears in next. Mm, Okay, ears. Flat side goes towards the nose. Don't put them in backwards. Oop, a little extra string there. You don't need string. No string for bat. Okay. You are facing the right direction. The problem with making multiple bats at the same time is that there's more than one like right hand side and left hand side of the face. And I don't want to put like both the ears on like the left hand side, both left hand sides or anything like that. So I just get very paranoid and worried about that. Flat side goes towards the nose though. Putting the ears in backwards is like the second most common mistake I make on these guys because I'm just not paying attention to where the ears go. And in general, it kind of looks the same when you put it up here. It's not until you stuff the bat and like go to sew the ear in that it like looks super wrong. Flat sock towards the nose. Yes, draw a sketch, flip it horizontal, then so bad. Yeah. Yep. You stuff the bat, then you start sewing the ears up, and you're like, oh no, that ear is not right. Like it attaches to the side of the head just fine, but then the bottom of the ear, instead of like going out in like a C shape to give it kind of like that cute like triangle ear shape, it just goes like straight up, and you've got like guard dog Doberman ears rather than cute little bat ears. It's just like, oh no, 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 that's the wrong way. But at that point, like stitching the ears in is like the last step that I do. So everything else is done. I would basically have to take the entire head apart in order to fix those ears. So all of the bats that I've kept myself have been ones that have backwards ears. Not all of them, actually. I've got two bats with backwards ears, and one where for some reason he's just kind of got his head leaning on his shoulder, and nothing I did fixed that. Yeah, it really does. It needs that earlobe to like look ear shaped. Otherwise, it just goes straight up, and it's like, no, that's not an ear. That's just too pointy. I've got two bats with messed up ears that I did not want to take them apart. So it's like, never mind, I'm not selling them. And then I've got one bat where he just leans over onto his shoulder, and I cannot for some reason fix them. That one should be fixable. Like I should be able to take his head off and put it back on. I've put it back on twice and just gave up after that. So he's just kind of hanging out with me now too. Poke Earmon. Properly there. Okay. Okay, so that's those two darts there. I can put the heads together now. Here down. There we go. We're just folding up underneath there. Not behaving very nicely. Rat. Okay, other side of the head. Oops, I'm putting these pins in the wrong side. My bad. I want them to be on the underside of the fabric, not the top side, because I want them to keep the fabric from rolling underneath and then like not sewing properly. So if I put the pin on the bottom side, it holds the fabric flat. I can see the fabric on the top, so I'll know if it's flat or not. But I won't be able to see the fabric on the bottom. So pins are supposed to do that for me, which means I need to put the pins on the bottom. Actually hold it. Oops. Try that again. Okay. Okay. Eyes. Whew. Okay. So there's Ash with his eyes. Flipped all the way back inside out again. So many fuzzums. Okay, there's his face. put that over on the table as well. Oh, he's got a little string sticking out of his mouth. You don't need that. Oh, whoop. Ah, don't fall over. Uncool. Pin. Okay, that looks good. So it's eyeball time. Oh, even my eyeballs are full of fluffies. And flip that noggin right side out. There we go. There's Felix's face. You can go join Ash and the unnamed pink dude. Okay, bodies and bellies. Little feeties go in first. I'm gonna just put the feeties on both of them. Little feet. Ow, ow, ow. That was some good stabbatying. That's probably good enough right there. I've really been trying to reduce the number of pins that I actually feel like I need to put in these guys just so I can stitch them as quick as possible. Like not spending 15-20 minutes pinning them in place. There's still some places that I feel need pins though. Tip of that wing might be one, but I think I've been pretty well without it. To about here, and then it's like, well, now nothing's aligned. Oops. Good. Go pinless. So I kind of am like where I sew the wing onto the body. I haven't pinned that at all. Normally that's like 8 pins, so there are no pins there anymore. I don't feel confident enough to do that right where the feet attach, just because the feet have got to stay in the seam, and if I'm not like checking them constantly, they fold in half to kind of give them like a little club foot type look, or they just fall out, and then I flip him right side out, and like he doesn't have a foot there at all. I have a hard enough time keeping the feet where they're supposed to be, even with pins, that like that's never going to be unpinned. Because I am not that good. I wish I was, but I am not. But like, I used to pin every single point on the wings, and then also the center of the arc there. And I'm not doing that anymore. I'm just doing the one point that's close to the body, just to kind of keep it centered, so that the body is centered over the feet, or the belly is centered over the feet. And then also the top area, just so I can kind of keep these where the belly touches the back, so I can keep those centered. So it's just the feet and then like centering lines. That's probably as pinless as I'm ever going to be able to get this guy, though. Pinning just adds so much time. Like actual sewing time in sewing projects is, I'm going to say, maybe like best like a quarter of the time. There's a lot more with like cutting out the pattern pieces and all, um, than there is just like sitting at the machine sewing. Yeah, the prepping rather than the actual making. So I've gotten this down to the point of all of the prep. I've been shortening as much as possible. Like instead of tracing my pattern pieces, I now have them cut out on my Cricut. So I just cut a rectangle, and then I've arranged it so it takes up like as little space on that on my Cricut mat as possible, and then my Cricut traces them. I did at one point have my Cricut actually cutting the pieces out for me, but then I spent so much time cleaning the fuzzies off of the mat that it was not saving me any actual work time. It was just changing the work time from working on that to cleaning up afterwards. So now I have my Cricut trace it, and then I can cut it, and that like has reduced the time by like 15-ish minutes. Just putting down the pattern pieces and tracing them took like an extra 15 minutes that I don't do now. Um, I do have my Cricut cut out the cotton fabrics, So it's like I've reduced everything I possibly can in the prep work. So now it's mostly just sewing left on the bats. And they do like I think, well, beds take me about an hour and a half to make in total, just everything. And I think about 45, 50 minutes of that is just the machine sewing bits that I'm doing right now. So, like, if I get to the, how long have I been? A little under 2 hours? Yeah, okay. So 45 ish minutes would be once I'm done with the wings on these guys. I'd be expecting to have two of them done in, or three of them done in 2 hours. So now the bats, most of my work time is just sewing them, but that's because I've reduced as much of the prep type stuff as I can. So removing the pins is me trying to reduce the sewing time as well. Um, just because, like, with rising prices and everything right now, I am going to have to raise the prices of my bats. Uh, so the old time that it took me to make, uh, with the new price of fabric and stuffing and everything, I would have to raise them to about 45-ish dollars. But I've been trying to reduce the time it takes because the time is like a huge factor in what the price is going to be. So with reducing the time it takes by like putting it on my Cricut and having all that work done and now not pinning, I think I'm going to be able to raise the price to 40, not 45, and I should be good. I'm still paying myself for my time and for all my materials. Yes, efficiency. Especially because, like, I'm making stuffed animals, which are not a necessity. These are definitely just a you have extra disposable income sort of thing. And also, I'm competing against factory made stuffed animals, which are much, much cheaper than anything I can make. So, anything I can do to keep my costs, like my time down, to keep my overall cost down, the more likely I am to sell the thing I'm making. Yeah, quality, like, yes, absolutely. If I didn't care about quality at all, I would like outsource to somewhere else. And there are some plushie makers who are doing that now. Instead of making plushies themselves, they're making a prototype and then sending it to a factory. In fact, Beezy, the person who designed this sewing pattern, some of her bats she actually has made in a factory. Some of them she still hands make, but the some of the popular ones that she can sell for cheaper prices, she actually has them made in a factory. So, like, everybody's kind of doing that, and that's just not something that I want to get into because that's just a entire set of making and doing I'm not interested in. I would rather hand make the things than make them in bulk, I guess. But those are the people I'm competing against. It's the same way that, like, a lot of artist alleys are now going the ways of people making acrylic charms, or prints of arts have always been a big thing. But now there's entire factories where you just send them your art and they'll make an acrylic charm and then sell it to you, like, or send it back to you. You buy them from them. And then people are taking those to artist alleys. So it's becoming much more of a, I guess, business than it is a handmade artisan sort of thing. Yeah, and it's business oriented, it's management, and that's just not something I want to do. It's not something I'm good at doing, I don't think. I like the making and the doing and the crafting. I don't like the logistics of having somebody else make things for me. That's just not what I'm interested in. I'm sure I could do it and I would be fine at it, but I would not be happy doing it. And I've worked enough jobs that I'm not happy at that I want to have a job that makes me happy. And making stuffed animals makes me happy. Oh yeah, it would be really hard to hand make like acrylic charms. Like prior to it being so easy to just buy them, like send art and buy them in small batches from a factory in China, you could do them like shrinky dink type style where you're just making plastic charms, or you can get like a CNC cutter to make an entire like cut through acrylic boards and print on them. But like that's an entire setup that you need to have the machines and everything for. And that's a lot of investment. Whereas if you have a factory, they've invested in the machines and they can use those machines for everyone. So it's just yeah, it's much easier and cheaper to have it done elsewhere. But that's really kind of what convention artist alleys are now turning into, like outsourcing to someone else. You make the design, someone else makes it, and then you sell the thing that was made off of your design. And I'm not at that. I'm not doing that kind of thing. So I have to try and keep my prices down to compete with those kind of things without doing those kind of things. It's just another one of the reasons that I think I really want to try and pivot more into making more sewing patterns. So I have something like a digital download sewing pattern that I make once and I can continue to sell for like $5 forever. And oh well, I wasn't supposed to cut the thread there, darn. Um did not change over my machine settings. Okay, let me just trim you there then. Yeah, so if I can have like a digital pattern that I sell, then I don't have to worry about like making things constantly because that's just a kind of passive income source. And then when I'm making things like these bats and everything, that becomes more of a fun thing rather than a I am intrinsically looking for a paycheck from these things. I don't know, just things I'm kind of thinking about and developing, making more sewing patterns to have a passive income source while I make less profitable things here. I guess not less profitable, less return on time. I don't know. I'm not a business person. I don't know the actual terminology. Oops, I forgot this side right here. Right here. I don't need a fix. I just need backwards. Good. Diversify to keep up with the time. See that feels like boardroom talk. Yes, but that is what I need to do. I just don't know all the terminology for it. Maximize ROI, diversify portfolios. Yeah. Now I can cut it. Stonks. Stonks go up. Yes, I'm very bad at the stonks. Oops. Had a tiny bit of his fuzz there. My bad. Sorry, Felix. Okay. There's him though. He can go sit with his head. Bloop. go. And I did not snip this one yet. Yeah. I do like how this one's wings look. That's really nice against that yellow. I was contemplating black because it's a black background on the fabric, and I thought it would make it stand out, but I like the yellow for the Pikachu. I pull my thread back up. Yes. Ah, no, I hit the wrong button. Okay, well, I have to pull my thread up all over again. Rude. Rude. No fix. Don't cut. Just no fix. Did not cut my thread there. I'm all good. Whew. Normally, I change the entire button setup on my machine so that I can't physically cut the thread with the buttons to keep me from doing it accidentally. But that takes a couple of seconds each time, and I don't want to because I'm trying to go as fast as possible. Any seconds I can save. I feel like I'm an F1 driver. Pit stop was 4 seconds. That's terrible. There, and I can cut it there. Those are my yellow bats. I think I'm going to do some space bats next. Because I think it's 4 that are dark navy blue. I can work on all of them at the same time. There we go. There is Ash. Ash the Pokemon bat. Ta-da! Okay. Oop, ad break. Okay, well, I'll be right back then. I'm going to take a little break myself. Okay. 3 bats down. I'm going to do these bats next, which I have partially made already. I don't remember how many are here, though. But I've already put together all their ears and their feet. And apparently all their wing bits and their bellies. Oh, right. I had separated out which bellies I wanted to go with which wings. Right. I did do that. Okay. So I have 1, 2, 3, or five navy blue bats to make. Sort out the ears. Who gets which ears? I don't think I did. Missing an ear? No, okay. Ah, these two go together. And these two are so incredibly similar, it doesn't matter. Okay. So that'll probably be 5 bats, another 3.5 hours of just me making blue bats. So that will probably be where I end stream. I'm going to make the 5 bats plus the 3 I've already got. So 8 bats today. That's going to be my goal. 8 bats. Ears are already made. Heads are ready to be put in. I think I'm going to put the wings on the bellies, and then I'll come back over for the bits. They're going to stay here just because I've got so many bits for them. Okay. The bits. And I'm not using yellow for this. That would stand out so bad. I do have navy blue from the last time I put their ears and things together. Yellow thread out. Do I have a nice navy blue? That's not dark. That's teal. Yeah, that's teal. I'll just use black. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with black thread for this. I'll have blue underneath. Ooh, but I can't do the top stitch in black. Probably could. That's me probably overthinking things. Not like I can run out to Joann Fabrics and just get another blue. They are gone. I might do black. That would be fun. Ooh, wow. And it's apparently very stretchy. Okay. Oh, I don't need that square. Okay. So this is 3 types of space bats. I've got duplicates of 2 of them. 'Cause again, I think these are gonna sell the best, so if I have duplicates, it's just I can sell more of them. So that one is just glittery space. A very sharp fold in that fabric. And then I have similar one, glittery space, but this one has planets in it, but, like, the way I cut it, none of the planets actually, like, showed up on the fabric, so that was cool. I got, like, that, like, half of a planet there. I couldn't get any of the full planets. It was disappointing. And I have a non-glittery one that is just all planets. So that's kind of fun. I have names for the 2 glittery ones. I do not have a name for the I don't have a name for the non-glittery one yet. Ah, old. Didn't do very well on that. Okay. I'm gonna pull those stitches out, try that again. Didn't line up the top very well. The downside to not pinning it. I don't know if it's going to line up right until the halfway point. Take 2. Don't do that. Rude. Okay, so there's the planets. I really like that one. And another of the exact same planets. Duplicates. That one worked lined up. That one worked out and lined up nicely. Yay! I'm gonna go over that top edge just one more time. There we go. And then these ones with the planets, I did arrange like which wings would go on which body because I was trying to at least give each of them something interesting planet wise. Because this fabric bit was just like, oof, I cut it exactly the wrong place. There was nothing interesting really going on with it. Oops. There we go. At least got some partial bits of plants on both wings. Whew. Yeah, so that's Nova. I don't actually have a name for. And like nothing really interesting because these are going to get cut off. Like that quarter inch is going to come up off of each edge. So you're not really going to see much of that or these or that. It's got a little bit there. So I gave this one the majority of Saturn. At least one wing will be interesting. There weren't really even any like planets in the ears on these bats. It was just absolutely the fabric was in the wrong alignment. Oh, the cool wing. Okay, there's my 5 tummies. Cool beans. And go drop those back over here. I'll do the ears on the heads next. I can actually put the whole heads together next. That's what I'll do. And then I'll come back over for the bodies and the bellies after all the heads are done. How many other bats do I have? I've got, I think there's 3 I was going to do there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 more bats there, plus 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 7, 29. 29 total bats. Ah, I thought I had 30. Okay, 29 bats. So actually, I might do 10 today. I'll do that. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I'll just do 10 bats a day. Yeah, I think that's going to be my plan. Okay, so this will be 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll need 2 more bats. That's fine. I can do that. Doable. And then that should be, oh, that's so fluffy. So fluffy. That should be everything I need to make before Pride Fest. So I'll have a full week before Pride Fest to just do. No, but those puns will drive me batty. How dare you? Uh, I don't know what I was saying. I completely forgot. Thank you for the puns. Fluffy. Oh, I need to make price tags for my bats. So that'll be what I do the week before. I'll make price tags and then get started on the like non-required ones, like the manatee babies. I can make. I think I've sold 4 manatee babies out of the 12 I made, so I'll just make like 4 more to replace those ones. But like those ones I don't necessarily need to make. So those will be next week. Like it won't be so much last minute as it will just be in what time I have. If I don't finish them, it's fine. They're not really necessary. The bats are necessary because that's what I'm planning to sell the most of. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I finished all the frogs I was going to make. I have the owl bear that's like my big showpiece. I have the gelatinous cubes, so everything else is pretty much done. I've got some Korok seeds as my cheap thing. I made just like a dozen Korok seeds out of fleece, so they're not nearly as fuzzy or high quality as the rest of my dudes, but they're also only like $15. This one goes here. Wait a minute. Is that the wrong ear? That is okay. Whoa. I want this ear, or do I want that ear? Nope, I'll do that one. Okay. Almost put 2 left ears on one bat. That would have been no bueno. Okay. This is the right ear. Ugh. Yeah, but this entire week is just going to be bats. Like that's all I'm doing. Okay. I am going to put the whole head together before I go to the next bat's ears because I definitely want to keep the right ears on the right bats. I'm not going to mess them up. Ow, stabs. Here's my lines. Oh. Yep. Put the right ear in the right place. Professional at stabbing. Ooh, that doesn't quite line up. Hang on. Yeah. Redo the buttons. I've got little tiny dash lines along the edges, and they need to line up on the face so that the face stays centered on both sides instead of getting all wonky. Except for on this fabric, I used silver marker on very dark fabric, and my marker was almost dead, which is good in one way because it doesn't bleed through to the other side if it's almost dead. It's bad in the other way of I can't actually see it because it's so light. Stab. Okay. Both of the ears are in the right way. Fantastic. I'm going to set that aside for now because I want to put all of the ears in and then I'll go back and put the eyes in. Those are the correct ears. Okay. One left, one right. Flat edge towards the good. Woo. Flat edge goes towards the nose. Okay. Ear alignment there. That one. And in. Oh, ow, don't hit me. Alignment mark, where'd you go? Okay. There's my. Whoops, that was way off. Fish. Okay. There we go. Two faces. I can put that one to the side. Ugh. I put my cup. Oh no. Oh no. There it is. Put those faces over to the side of the ears. Flat side of the ear goes to the front of the face. Flat side of the ear goes to the front of the face. Yes. Good. That one looks good. Cool beans. hit my pin. Which is why you do not sew over your pins. Good. Hello. How be the bats going? They be going well. I have 29 bats in total that I would like to make, which is probably about 29 hours worth of work. So I'm not making them all today. I am aiming for 10 today. I have finished 3 and I'm in progress on 5 of these navy blue ones. So that's something. But if I can get 10 done a day, then that would be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I can stitch their faces to their bodies. Oh, actually, these dark blue ones I could even do tonight because I don't have to wash these guys out. That's got permanent marker in it. But the ones that need to be washed, they have to dry overnight to get rid of the Crayola marker inside of them. And then I can probably stitch them all up on Saturday. Not on stream. But I'll get them all stitched up. And then basically everything that I need to make before Pride Fest on the 20, whatever I put in the stream title, 28th, will be done by this weekend. Next week I can just do fun shit. Things that don't need to be done, but just I want to. Probably tomorrow I will also set up my embroidery machine, a lamb face in embroidery, maybe a goat as well, because I still have a lamb for display purposes at the Pride Fest. I don't have a goat from Cult of the Lamb, Cult of the Goat. I might make them as well. I'll make, well, the lamb face is for someone who ordered it on Etsy. The goat face would be to go with the current lamb I have, taking it to Pride Fest. Yeah, it's a lot of bats. Last year I sold, I think it was 20 some bats in like 3 hours. Front of the face. Okay. So I really want to make sure I have enough, and I want to also have the kinds of bats that are going to sell, which is basically rainbow pride bats and space bats, because I sold like all of my space bats immediately last year. I'm really kind of focusing in on space bats, pride bats, and then some nerdy bats. I'm making a Pokemon bat that is, well, you can kind of see it in the small little camera down at the bottom there. It's a little small, but it's got the starters, the original 3 starters, and Pikachu on it. And then I've got the kid Yoda, forget his name, Grogu, that I'm gonna turn into a bat. Okay, I think I got BB-8 or R2D2. I've got one of the droids as well. So I've got some nerdy bats to make, pride bats and space bats. So in grand total, it's 29 plus ish bats. So yeah, it's gonna be a bunch of bats, but I'm hoping to sell the majority of them. I have already in, so I've got like most of my plushies are kept at a store where they can be sold off the shelves at the mall. Um, it's just like a little maker space store for makers to you get a shelf there and you can put wherever you want on it. Most of my bats are there. I think I've got 40 bats there already made. But those are the bats that have been sitting there for a while. They're not the ones that fly off the shelves. So I need to make more of my popular sort of bats. And then I'll take those 40 with me as well. It's just kind of like filler to go around the bats I'm hoping to actually sell. And whatever bats I don't sell will just kind of be the filler for my next event, which I think is 3 weeks later in July. I know it's in July. I don't remember if it is middle or end. Could even be the beginning, actually. I don't actually have any idea. It's in July. So if I have a lot of leftovers, that just means less that I need to make for my next event. Uh, Ow, I bent that pin. No, pin, do not bend. Be a good pin. Right there. Okay. Keep going. Feed. Okay, those ears are good. That's 4 faces. Ooh. Oh, that ear's not fully attached. Came apart. Not good. Okay, let's fix that ear before I stitch it in place. Doing, Mr. Ear? Why? Kind of rude. Okay. Flat goes towards the front of the face, this side of the face. No, line up. Okay. That looks good. Line up. Okay, that looks good. Yay. Good. I didn't put the darts in the backs of any of these guys. Oh, well, okay then. You have to do that when the heads are half made. Whoops. Totally just forgot a step. I don't know what my excuse for that's gonna be. I'll come up with one though. Okay. Other half. You don't want to feed. Well, that's less than bueno. Come on. Where are all the styles of bats I plan to make? About a third of them are going to just be space bats, meaning they've got just like random stars and I guess glitter and stellar dust type stuff in their ears and wings. Another third are various forms of rainbows on brighter colored fabrics. And then the other third are just kind of fun ones that I saw fabrics I liked and decided to make bats out of. The majority of what I'm going for though are going to be space bats, like this guy here, where he's got well, I only have the heads, I don't have the wings, but like they've got like planets inside the ears. It'll have planets inside the wings as well. This one's just kind of got some woo. Where's my camera? Like stars and glitter in there. This one's just got space dust and glitter. Tiny ears. Um, it'll be a lot of like those guys for a third. It'll just be all the space type. The other third are just rainbows. I made a flamingo. He's bright pink with flamingos in his wings. And then I've got the Pokemon. I've got a couple of Star Wars. I've got Starry Night, Van Gogh Starry Night. What other ones am I making? Mostly it's a lot of space bats. Oh, I've got a pink Batman bat. Like it was a generic Halloween fabric with bats on it, but the bats themselves look like Batman's bat symbol. So it's gonna be a Batman bat. Base theme is definitely like the reason I'm making so many space bats is because that's the one that most people buy. So I definitely need to have more of them. I do have a couple of space bats already made and like for sale at my little craft market shelf. Um I don't have very many though. And they're the same designs that I've been making for like a year. A lot of the space bets I'm making right now are brand new ones. Like I bought the fabric, but I've never cut into it before. So they're not going to have been repetitions from last year or anything like that. So hopefully, even if you bought a bat for me last year, you can get one this year and just have a slightly different pattern. A younger sibling bat. It's definitely easier to sew that dart in the back up before attaching it to the entire head. Okay, dart, 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 and yes. Okay. Now they get eyeballs. Ah. Um, holes first. Okay, eyeballs on the bat. I don't know how well that actually shows up on camera. Get 'em up. Eh. The dark navy blue and black are the toughest ones to show on my cameras. Cameras don't like the dark colors. Okay. Eyeballs. Okay. Four faces. Oh, an eyeball. Okay. There's my five faces. Let me stitch them up together. Whew. So I'm gonna just pin all five and then I'll sew all five. One. Here's inside. Job. Good job. Two. Three. Okay. Two, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. 2, 3, gotta take the pins out before you flip it. Otherwise, it becomes a very sharp bat. Okay, there's my 5 little faces. They can come over and sit here on the table. Okay, so with them, I have like this space fabric, which is just planets on the wings. And then I have even more planets. No glitter this time, just even more planets. And then I have space without any planets. So just like the starry background. Other bats I'm planning. Let's see, I've got Gragu, the little tiny child. Oh, like there. Oh. I wasn't going to do these orange ones for Pride Fest. I got a whole bunch of different rainbow ones. I've got just black with dots. I've got this weird, crazy kaleidoscope esque pattern. Some swirly bits on rainbow background. Those ones are kind of fun. Rainbows. This one is from Kai the Bat. I made that one last year, so I'm just gonna make some more of that one. This one's technically an Easter fabric. These were Easter eggs, but they were just this nice pastel rainbow, and they also have glitter in them, which I don't know if that's gonna be picked up on the. but they do. They've got like glitter all over them. I've got this like ink tie-dye looking one that changes based on what part of the fabric it's from. So it's just kind of fun. Guardians of the Galaxy. I've got the little tiny characters there. There's all of those little guys that goes in that pile. I've got some really fun metallic fabrics. That's a really fun one. Just rainbow stripes, but they're super metallics and super shiny. Super shiny. And then the same thing, just this one instead of stripes alone is like a scaly pattern, like snake scales or whatever. Oh, I've got Batman. I forgot I had Batman. So actual Batman. It's just his face. No bats, just the face. And then I've got more shiny, but this time it's white background, so it's still shiny, but throwing off my camera entirely. White background underneath the shiny rainbow. Yes, Mr. Moose gets the Batman bat. I've got pumpkins. I wasn't going to make the pumpkins. That's another one that goes in the... I cut them, but that's for the fall. R2-D2 and BB-8. So I've got some droids. That's a fandom nerdy one that I was going to make. That was going to be gray like the droids. I've got Van Gogh. This one is for a bat named Vincent. So it's just Starry Night themed. On a blue background. I don't know. That's not really nerd, is it? And then I've got white and blue flowers that are like kintsugi, sort of porcelain based. Yeah, and here's more of my space fabrics. So that was the same bag I've already made, except for these were extras. So I am actually going to drop them over here. Here's the pink Batman. There's just the little tiny bat symbols there. They're pink. These ones I'm really looking forward to making. They are Smushrooms, blue and then purple, but they glow in the dark. So I'm going to make some glow in the dark Smushroom bats. Those ones are going to be fun. And then I've got space constellations. So even more space bats. Constellations on blue. Oops, let me move these guys out of the way. Then I've got a night scene on blue. It's just more glitter and like ink tie-dye look with some little like moons with pine trees in front of them. So generic night sky. Bunch of those. I've got more night sky ones. These ones are just the moon phases. Kind of chaotic looking at it that way. For all the other ones in the background. No, it's still chaotic. Well, hopefully we'll be less so on the bats. The moon phases. Pink swirly glitter with little crescent moons and shit. So another generic kind of spacey bits. Space Bat Pokemon, is that is it Lunala is the name? This one glows in the dark too. It's a whole bunch of planets. Yes, Lunala. That is, I think, the last of the Pokemon games I played. I never finished. This one is just purple on black with a lot of glitter in it. So, oh, there we go. Shiny. This one I don't need again. So more just space with planets. This one is the same planet one that I'm making now with planets. Yeah, so more planets. Uh, even more planets. But these ones are a little bit more artistic instead of like I guess clip art ish. More constellations, but these ones are on black instead of blue. More constellations. These ones are on purple. And they also have some astrology sort of symbols in there. So even more, but purple that time. More constellations, also on blue, but these ones don't have glitter, so that makes them totally different. This one's a fireworks, but they're purple and they look like they could be spacey themed. So I'm doing this with my space bats, even though it's just I think it was a 4th of July fabric, actually, which is dumb. Little tiny moons and stars, but this one is on maroon, so it's a little less blue like all the other space ones. So maroon space. And then dark blue planets and more glitter. So yeah, so the majority of the bats I'm making are the space bats. Um, then I've got another pile full of rainbow bats, almost as big as the space bats. And then fandom nerdy stuff, and I don't know how to qualify these guys, but they're just fun stuff. And then also pumpkins and Halloween cats. Yeah. So fun stuff. Most of it is spaces. Space and rainbow bats. We could switch screens for this, but I'm gonna go right back over now, so that would involve me swapping the screen around and then actually having to go over to my computer and do that. Mm, I need the toes. I left the toes behind. The toes. Or I need 9, 10. Okay, got all my toes. The very important toes. Some people that make the bats and sell them online, I've seen that they just leave the toes off because the toes are like so small and finicky. But if you don't have the toes, then how are the bats are going to hang upside down? They need their toes. Toes are important. Okay. Oh, my bellies. I don't need my eyeballs. I can move them out of the way, give myself a little bit more working space. Here, I don't think I need my pokey tool anytime soon. I do need scissors because I have to cut out the butt, the bat butt. Ah, I put my garbage can away. Okay, come back. Oh, that is a lot of fluff on there. I don't know what was wrong with this specific Minky, but this one just kind of the back feels different and it gives off a lot more fluffies, I think. A little fliggums on it. I feel like it gives off a lot more than my regular Minky does. So something went wrong with this bolt of fabric when they were making it. The back's just odd. It feels like the fuzz from the front side is kind of coming through the back a bit. I don't know. Weird. No, don't do that. Okay. Okay. There we go. There's 5 bat butts. Bat butts. The butts. 5 and belly time. Ooh. foot time. I'm gonna put all 10 feet. Ah, bent my pen. Don't do that. Not bend. Bending is not cool. One. Here's my footies. Footy. Kitty bits there. Four feety bits. So now all 5 of them have their little feety bits. I'm gonna pin them all together and then stitch them all. I have more than enough pins to actually stick them all together, so that's not an issue of, like, running low on pins. This will just be so I'm doing the exact same thing over and over instead of moving between different things. Go 1, there's the second dude. Once I get these guys pinned, I'm gonna swap out my microphone just so it doesn't die on me. I think we're coming up on, like, a half to 4-hour stream, right? Yeah, we're at 3.5 hours. Good time to assume that it's gonna start dying. And when I do that, I might take a few minute break just to go refill my drink. Ah, 3:39. Yeah. That's a good time to assume that it's gonna die soon. Whew. that. Okay, last one. Pin this. Then I'm going to take a short break. Okay, there we go. There's my 5 little bats. Nicely right there. Okay. I'm going to swap out my microphone and then take a quick break. I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes, I think. And I am back. Oop. With my drink. So we're all good now. Ooh, lost a piece of fabric. Oops. What did I get to drink? Just flavored water. I get those little like fruit things and water because I don't like the flavor of the water around here. It's just not good. So just boring flavored water. Ah, let me move these guys out of the way. Mm, take all these pins out so I don't stab myself on them. Here. Okay. On this one, at least, it's got the majority of this Saturn planet. A couple over there. More rings there. But that's not bad. That counts as having planets on the wings. This pin out. Good. Oof, that is not lined up at all. Disgusting. Okay, for this one, they have the majority of Saturn on that wing. Over here, not as much. We've got a tiny little bit right there. We missed that one entirely. That was all within a little bit of these two moons. I like that they're both on the tips, but like I wish there was more of them up. But not as interesting as wings could have been. It's fine though. Lay flat. There we go. Oop, must have been. Okay, that one's got plenty of planets on. Those wings look good. I'll go back. Probably gonna bother me that I don't actually have the dark blue. I have to check my thread bag, see if I have any dark up. Otherwise, I might put off doing the lines. I do want it to pretty much match the back fabric. Ooh, maybe that would be a good excuse for me to go to the craft thrift store. Red color. Got any dark navy blues for me. And also pick up my check from items that I've sold last month. Two things at once. Okay, that's 4. What do I have in 3? Do I have a dark blue? I have so many reds and pinks. I have purple. I have a very bright blue. Got a couple teal. Cool. Those are all embroidery. These are all embroidery. So I don't have a dark midnight blue to match that. Only the stuff in my bobbin. And I don't want to do the thing where I split a bobbin into 2 just so I can use the thread on the top. Boo. Oh, wait, what's that? Oh my goodness. That works. Fantastic. Okay. Yay. I can do the top part of the bat wings. I do have a dark blue. Oh, I need to get more thread rack so I can actually organize all my thread. I got so much during the going out of business, store closing, liquidation sales from Joann's. I can no longer put them on my thread rack, which is crazy because I think those were like the 100 threads each. 30, 40, 120 each. So I have 240 threads up on my wall, and I still have more that I can't put up there. That is too many threads. But also, like, a spool that's normally like $5 was like 50 cents. Could not get. Hit that pin. Oh, oh, totally just threw a pin at the wall. And where'd you go? Where'd you fall? Where did. I'd rather not have a pins floor. And oh, there you are. Pin located. And raise the foot so I can turn. Thank you. Okay, so there's my 5 dudes. I'm gonna take away the black thread because it's my dark blue. Fantastic. And these guys all need to be snipped, clipped, and flipped. Ooh, that was that got really dark right there. Those. Okay. And get rid of all these little triangles now. I can flip these guys, check their feet, and give them their whew, little wing fingers. Feet are good. That one's feet are good. Yeah, that's kind of a boring wing there. That didn't get any plants on it at all. So good thing it's got most of a plant on the other side. Uh, This one's just got parts of planets on both wings. This planet bat here, its name is Nova. I think that's the bat that I've sold the most copies of so far. I started making these bats. I think Nova is my best seller. Beats are good on this one. Oh no, actually Luna Moon, probably my best seller. As in, I ran out of fabric for Luna Moon. I think well, I know Luna Moon was also the very first bat I made. So I am now out of Luna Moon. She has been retired. And I kept the very last Luna Moon I made. So no one gets that one. That one is my bat. Did not keep the very first one I made, but I did get the last one. And she's going to be one of my special bats. Hang out with me. I've probably sold more Luna Moon than I have Nova. But Luna Moon's fabric was bought and I never cut that, like 10 some years ago. And there's no way for me to get more of that. Whereas Nova's planet fabric, I have now found at Joann's, which is gone, at Michael's, which is maybe going to be selling fabric now that Joann Fabrics is gone, and also at Walmart. So that one is, I'm going to say, probably going to be a lot easier to find going forward. I can make more. I can make more Novas than I can Luna Moon. So if he hasn't already eclipsed her, Moon's eclipsed her in sales, then he probably will. Just because I can keep making him and I can't keep making Luna Moon. Endangered species bats, yeah. Okay. All of them have good legs. Fantastic. What I aim for. Nobody's legs are falling out. There we go. And now I can put in my blue thread. And because I am going to be doing 5 of these in a row before going back to regular ass sewing, I am going to change what the buttons on my machine's foot pedal do so that I can't accidentally cut my thread. Turn off the cut function. Puts extra lift function in place. Cool beans. I love having computerized machines. They're so smart. Now, instead of cutting the thread, what will happen is the height of the foot on the machine goes up and down. That's real nice. So let me grab the under thread, the little bobbin thread. Why are you so frick? Oh my gosh. Where'd you go? Ugh. Okay, there we go. And then I can turn off the fix because I don't need it to tie a little knot. I just want it forward because I'm going to go backwards for it. Down there. Cool beans. Rotate. And I can't cut it, it just goes up. Very cool. So smart. I don't want to cut it because every time it cuts, it tries to then tie a knot, and I don't want knots. I'm like these stitches are visible on the top of the stuffed animal. Do not want knots on there. You're good. Okay. So there's one. I need to trim the threads. I'm going to trim all of them at the same time, though. Oh, there's some fuzzies. I don't want them to get caught in the stitches. There's two down. Flatten out your wing. Good. Thank you. Oh, I got some fluff cotton there. Ah, don't need that. Give it back. Thank you. There's 3 bats. Four bats. Okay, so there's my 5 navy blue bats. Trim those threads up. Ah, come on. Okay, one. Two. Yeah. There's four. And there's five. Okay, five bodies. Go with their five heads. Some of them still have strings sticking out inside, but that's fine. They'll just get stuffed inside. Ah, there's my five blue bats. And now I have to figure out which colors I want to do next. I might do three more bats. I think I've got three of these maroon bats. Let's see, how many maroon bats do I actually have? That's footy bits. Oh, no, this is a footy bit. Yeah, I've got three bodies here. That's a footy bit body. Another head. That's a footy bit. Gusset. There's a head. The footy bit body. Head. Footy bit and a gusset. Okay. So this is Merlot, the color. I think I might do my three Merlot bats. Um, this was one of the space bats. That's this one here. One, two, three. Three Merlot bats. I have enough cut out for four of them. One, two. Yeah, I'm gonna do those 3 Merlot bats. That will put me at 11 for today. So that'll be probably all I do. I'll wash these guys out afterwards so that they can be clean. But that will be all of the bats that I make today. And then tomorrow I'll be back making even more bats, another 10 bats. That works. Yeah. This is more of a pink than it is a deep red, but I'm gonna go with it. Palooza, yeah, this entire week is just me making way too many bats. Ears and feet first, then bellies and bodies and heads. Okay. Bellies can go here with the heads, bodies there. Move these guys out of the way. Also, by the time I finish with these three, it'll probably be about a 7-hour stream, which is plenty of work for me. Do not need colors and no more dark blue. Do need a maroon. Yep, that's that one. Do I have that in bobbin? Is it more this one? Ooh. I think it might actually be that one. I do not have a bobbin. I have to make one. Yeah, at 4.5 hour stream. Yeah, and the first 3 bats took me about 2 hours to make. Um, so maybe it would be more like a 6.5 hour stream. If I take the same amount of time on these 3 bats. Either way, that's probably going to be enough work for me today. Don't. Come on. Made that. Okay. Okay. There's my Merlot bobbin. And I'll change back my stitches so now I can cut. Okay. Wrong foot. barefoot for this part. Small stitches, and that goes down. That's some toes. That one goes down. There's some more toes. Move these guys even further out of the way temporarily. More. There's some toes. Goes down. Down. Whoops. That one is upside down. Okay. Ears go down. All good there. Perfect. Should have either used a darker or a silver marker. A little hard to see on this fabric. That's 2 sets of feet. Hello, Judo! Thank you for the party hat. I really was not keeping track to any anniversaries or anything, so I was not expecting that this morning. It was kind of cool. Also, how dare it have been a year? A little bit more. Okay, there we go. There's my little toesies. 3 bats. And ears. Just a little bit bigger. More ears. There's 2 sets of ears. This is another one of those fabrics that got bad placement. Like, none of these ears have, like, a full moon anywhere on them. Just, like, bits of moon. Oh, no, this one got 1 moon. There we go, right up in the ear there. We got 1 moon. Everything else got chopped in half. The bits of moon. Okay. There's all my bits. Let me trim them out of there. There's 4 little ears. Okay, there's my 6 ears. I have to remember to clip between the toes. Guys. Mm. Oh, nope. Only got 2 of the 6 beets out. I was like, "Yep, I'm done. Let's get to clipping the toes." Nope, I completely forgot 2 of 'em. Oops. I'm just ready to be done with the bats for today. I started streaming around noon today. I think tomorrow I'm going to aim for starting around 9 or 10 AM. That'll give me an earlier start, um, and also maybe then in the middle of the day, I will take doing something non-bat related so I don't die of boredom. I guess not boredom, of repetition. That's the part I don't like. The repetition. Which is also why I think going forward, after I get these crazy number of bats done, I think I want to start every day with making 1 bat and then going on. That way I'm not doing 30 bats in 3 days. I will do 30 bats in 30 days. And then if for some reason I need a whole bunch of extra bats, I can also still do this. But hopefully with like spreading the work out over numerous days, I won't ever get to the point where I'm like out of bats. There's my toes. Let me flip them in the right side. If I have time before Pride Fest, I was also going either Animal Crossing Villager or some kind of Persona sort of sample. Yes, look what I can make. I can do these. I wasn't accepted into any of the furry cons that I applied to this year. Thanks. Because like I like making these bats and everything, but really what I would like to be making, besides making like sewing patterns, would be making like custom dolls and everything. I think that would be really if like everyone was slightly different, then I wouldn't have like this crazy bat repetition sort of thing. I would have like a new project every single time I go to make something. but it is hard to get people to know you without making them first, and it's hard to like, make them unless you have somebody who's already buying it from you. It's a lot of money to drop on someone unknown. See, that color looks good with the Merlot. The really bright pink spots that might flash a bit. That one's got a full moon and like half a moon. Yeah, like that right there, that super bright pink. That kind of clashes against Merlot. I don't think it's terrible though. I was more trying to match the little stars and the darker purple areas to one of my colors. And this is a tough color. Like, there's not many in this color family. Okay, ears I can put with the faces. Move the toes out of the way. We're done with the open toe foot. We can go back to my 1/4 inch foot. Well, don't do that. Okay, I have to remember to do these, so I'm going to just do them first. Little darts just in the back. This just gives the back of the head a little bit of a rounded. I tried adjusting the pattern of this to like pinch in along the sides rather than the center here to give it try and give it one less step while sewing, and it didn't look as good. So Beezy was right when she put the dart in the back. It's a pain to do the little tiny dart, but it does look better. this flat part to the front of the face. Yes! This side of the ear to the front. This thread. Flat front of the face, yes. Oh no. Slide. Nice. But come on. Flat to the front of the face, which not that way. This way. Ah, come on. You're getting caught on. Uncool. What did the tail of your thread? Okay, well, uncool. Flat front of the face. Good. And the last year. Insert nicely. Put the heads together. Let's get rid of fuzzies. Fuzzies everywhere. Ah, okay, one ear. Dunk. That enough. Okay. Oh, yeah. Lay flat. Okay. Good. Yeah. Up there. That's uncool. No lumping. Ah, even more fuzzums. Oop, too many pins. Cookie stick. Okay. 2 heads. Well, minus the eyes. 2 top of the heads. Need to put the eyes and still do the chin, but 2 down, 1 to go. I'm gonna just put 2 pins in. Working better with less lumps. Ooh, that was not a good beginning at all. Hang on. That I'm going to read. That's not even close to being okay. We're gonna fix that bat nose. Oof. Back a little bit further even. Okay. Ah. We'll go back to there to fix that. That should. I don't know what happened there, but I did not line up. That was not good. Okay, take two. Okay, that looks much better. The central gusset's supposed to be like a triangle shape, so I should be sewing along the left-hand side to the face. I somehow got over onto the middle of the right-hand side. That is not where the stitches be. The right-hand side for the right-hand side of the face. Oops. Probably shouldn't have a string sticking out the side of the head. Not the best place. Eyeballs. Ooh, punching holes first and then eyeballs. One face. Three. Oop. Okay, there's the three faces. Now I just need the bodies. That's still probably like an hour's worth of work, though. Let me drop these over on the table with all the little fuzzums that they've created. There we go. So many bets. These over. I don't want them to fall off the table. I just be able to spread things out a bit. There we go. All my bits and my oops, your mouth. That's a good pile of bats. Okay, 3 more bodies to go, and then that'll be all the bats I do today. Ugh, which that's 11 bats. That's good. That's so many bats. Except these parts. This is a change that I've made to BZ's pattern here. The butt part of the pattern, where I've got basically just a square cut out here. She does a like M shape, so it's a little triangle up at the top, so that the butt's a little bit more rounded. Um, I just simplified it down into a square, and I've got a little bit square butt bats, but it's also a lot quicker for me to sew. Goes there, and bellies. Okay. Ah, being attacked by my own hair. Uncool. There's one. No. Whoa, you're not centered. Okay, there's my three bodies. Wings. Two. Three that go that way, and three that go that way. Good. Okay. Have any that look better together? This one doesn't have any pink on it, so I want to give it the one that has the most pink, I think. I think probably be that one, which isn't much. We're gonna do that. Okay, one belly. You have to check the back. Caught the edge there. I did, just barely. Okay, we're good. Oop. Okay, bellies. Backs and toes. The little toesies. Pin them in place. Oop. That one was bent. Okay, he's got his little toes. Go. I can put the bellies on. Bring that. Ah, this is so many bats in one day. Need a bigger, better project than just bats. Something more entertaining. Oh, I will have the lamb face to embroider. Ooh, I have to cut fabric for which I can't do with my table covered in bats. So that will be after the bats are washed. I need bat face fabric and then also goat fabric. Packed by my own hair. More? Oops. Don't fall. Don't fall. Uncool. Okay, one back clipped. Uh, Probably don't need to clip this top part here, but just in generally the fabric will stretch along. Better to do it than have to flip it all the way back or realize after stitching it down that I should have and I didn't. But like this one, because like you can see it immediately opens up, that one definitely. Two. Okay. Go, they're all snipped. Flip them and do the top stitch. After that, all of my bats for today will be done. So that's going to be the end of the stream after these guys have their top stitching. And tomorrow I will be back to make another 10 plus bats, depending on how incredibly bored I get of making them. I'm going to make 10 at least, regardless of anything else I do, but whether or not I make more than 10 is going to be the thing. But I am going to get started a little bit earlier. I started at noon today, Eastern time. I'm going to started hopefully 9 or 10 tomorrow, so that'll give me a little bit more time to make bats before it hits evening and I start wanting food. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna get started. That gives me a little extra time, like an extra hour or two, to get work done before I get hungry. And that should be another 2-3 bats ish. So I could potentially do more than 10 tomorrow. I'll also have the lamb embroidery set up that I can do cult of the lamb and cult of the goat. Oops, you have a thread stick. Don't need that. That's unnecessary thread. Step back. So I can have those set up and running, although they don't take that long. That will just be probably I get them done in the morning before it gets warm in my craft room. That way I can have Thomas turned on, do the embroideries, and then turn him back off. Okay, there's my bellies, my bodies. They're looking good. I'm gonna change the settings on here so it won't cut. Just lift the foot up for me. Oops, I need the bottom thread, so we're gonna pull that up. Or not. Where's the bottom thread? Come on. Bottom thread. There we go. A bobbin. Don't need to fix it in place because backwards. Oh my gosh, I do need to get rid of those fuzzies though. Okay. Oh, so many fuzzies. Good. Okay. Thread this way. Good. Oh, some more fuzzies? I shook you off. There should be no fuzzies. That looks really good in that pink there. I think that was a good color match there. That looks nice. Actually, before I cut them, I'm going to just do all three, and I'll go back and cut all of them. Oh, got to shake your fuzzies off. Too many fuzzies. Get out. Get out. There's two. Shake the fuzzies off at you first. Red, get out of my way. I'm so close to done. Oh, yeah. Okay. And let me snip those threads. I'll flip and do the backs of these guys. Oh, those already snipped. Must have gotten both threads from the front side. Okay. Ugh. Those three are exactly the same. Got duplicates of the planet bat and that bat, but that's good. Okay. There's all my bats from today. Minus the stuffing and the heads being sewn on in place. But they need to be washed to get the marker out of them because like my fingers just from touching them are turning blue from the marker that's inside. So I don't want that coming out as soon as they get damp with whoever owns them. So I do need to wash them out, let them dry, and then stuff them and take care of them. But that's all I'm doing for today. I will be back tomorrow to do even more bats. So many bats. And that's so many bats. I think we're gonna raid out to Squidgecraft again. I know we did that just recently, but I want to watch her doing papercraft and stuff because they're really cool. So I see her on. I'm assuming she's doing paper crafting. We're gonna go there. Oh, is Alt on? I could go with Alt too. Well, I'll just. Alt is one of the people currently watching, so I will maybe just go and drop a lurk on him, and then we'll raid out to Squidcraft there. So I will be back tomorrow. Um, making more bats, maybe some other things, mostly bats. Pause the music. And thank you guys for being here. I will see you when I next see you. Hopefully tomorrow. If not, then whenever. and I shall have even more bats made by then. So, awesome. Thank you guys for being here. I'm gonna head out now. Bye.